Have roll call.
Commissioner Coates?
Here.
Commissioner Laird?
Present. Accounted for.
Thank you. Commissioner Milne?
Here.
Commissioner Nicolason? Thank you. Chairman North?
Here. Would you all join me in a word of prayer? I'll wait until Michelle gets everything passed out. Our most gracious Heavenly Father, Lord, we do thank you so much for the season you've given us and for the gift you gave us of eternal life by sending your Son to die on the cross for us. And Lord, I just pray that you will give us the wisdom and the strength and the courage to do what's right and to do what's best for this county, and give us the wisdom on how we need to proceed and what we need to do. And Lord, I just pray that you will not only bless us, but also bless the people of this county, this state, and this nation during this time that we're going through, and that we do all remember just exactly what you've done for us, and that's the reason why we're here today. These things we ask in your most blessed name. Amen.
Can I ask for a little extra wisdom? Can I ask him for a little extra wisdom? A little extra wisdom, please.
Come on up, Rob. You guys are up. How are you doing today?
Doing great, Mr. Chairman.
It's all yours.
Okay, well, thank you, Commissioners. It's a pleasure to be here to present to you on some workforce and training topics today. Joining me is Mr. Joe Filer, and I'll let him introduce himself and tell you a little bit about his background.
Pick up on that. As Rob mentioned, I'm Joe Filer. I spent 35 years as a career technical education instructor here in the Natrona County School District. I've been out now, I don't know what happened to the time, but about 8 years. I so strongly believe in career tech ed that I continue to remain involved at our state. That includes Wyoming Skills USA Board as our treasurer, the Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Education, also an advisory committee for the University of Wyoming in CTE, and then finally on the Wyoming State Authorization Board for Charter Schools.
And Mr. Chairman, my professional job, I'm a professor of practice in career and technical education at the university. I also serve as public policy chairman for the Wyoming Association of Career and Technical Education, and along with Joe, I serve on the Wyoming Skills USA Board of Directors, representing 1,000 of our students here in the state. I'm not here today on behalf of any of those organizations. I'm a Natrona County citizen that's raised family here and been an advocate of trades-based education in our community and our workforce for our businesses. So you may wonder why a couple of educators are asking to address the commissioners, because this is not only a school issue, this is a workforce infrastructure and fiscal issue. Yeah, absolutely.
You too.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, you bet. So going back to we're here because this is a workforce and infrastructure, a fiscal issue. It has to do with the stability of our county. I know the relevancy to you all is roads, buildings, utilities, business retention, workforce shortages, tax-based stability, and public assistance costs are all directly related. I know you all don't run schools, but you do live with the results of them. The data says about local workforce, studies from regional economics, economists consistently show that a dollar earned by a local worker generates about $1.40 to $1.80 in total economic activity. So money that's spent locally in housing, services, sales taxes, and small businesses. So what happens when skilled labor isn't available locally? We see fewer bidders on public projects, contractors import labor, you have longer timelines, higher bids, and change orders. So communities with skilled labor shortages see a 5 to 20% higher construction and infrastructure cost. Labor shortages are one of the top drivers of cost overruns in public works. So a weak workforce shows up as higher bids and delayed projects. But there's also lost economic output. The U.S. economy loses hundreds of billions of dollars annually due to unskilled labor positions not being filled. Construction and skilled trades are among the most affected sectors, and Wyoming is no different. Locally, this means projects are delayed or canceled, businesses operating below capacity, and employers choosing not to expand. So if jobs go unfilled, economic growth never really happens. Pertaining to you, we have lost tax revenue. When skilled jobs aren't filled locally, wages aren't earned locally, homes aren't purchased, spending doesn't happen, and sales and property taxes stagnate. Data patterns also show that skilled trade workers contribute earlier and more consistently to local tax bases. Now, we can make the connection that technical training that's aligned to occupations in our community leads folks to tend to stay locally because they have skills to compete in the local economy. So aligning those to our needs is one of our most critical needs. I know Joe and I have worked extensively over the years with business and industry partners, and many of them say, I can't expand my business. I don't have a skilled workforce. There's an opportunity cost every time that you don't bid a job or it goes out of state. I can tell you when I did teach in this district, I had a large advisory board and workforce was a top priority to all of them. We know when we work with trade association groups around the state, like the Business Alliance, Construction Coalition, the Mining Association, workforce is a top tier priority for them. Mr. Filer, if you could speak to the welding industry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Hill. So this piece of data that I'm going to give you is derived from AWS, American Welding Society. They're the governing body and a lot of structural code work and so forth. And so they believe and estimate that 50% of our gross domestic product is derived from welding and joining in this. Now that sounds 50%. But you have to remember that when we're talking about welding and joining, that's everything from solder and copper pipes to automobile manufacture. Start thinking about large ticket items. That's like Boeing, putting together aircraft, Lockheed Martin, so there's some big ticket items. So a lot of that involves welding and joining. And then you start looking at, for instance, structural work, pipeline work, the list goes on and on. And so there's a significant amount of impact to our country derived from welding and joining, and it's a critical skill. And again, I don't know how much you know about welding, but some of our most talented welders out there are pipeline welders. A while back, I took a class through AWS, and this stuck with me that this gentleman who taught the class had been involved with many years with AWS and been all over the world. And his statement was that we will, if we ever elect to build a nuclear power plant in this country, that we'll have to import welders because the skill level required to weld at that level, people have retired out, right? Those people that could do that, that generation is retired, and we don't have that skill level. And that remains to be seen. If you start looking at some of the projects, for instance, the Kemmer project, I know the Radiant project was very controversial in our county, but that would have involved a significant number of welders coming into play. Currently, for instance, one of our local manufacturers in our county, it used to be West Tech, but of course it was purchased by an Australian company, Austin. A good friend of mine that sits on our welding committee for skills, their quality assurance manager, he's given up on trying to use the school district as a way to bring students in. So they've opened up basically their own welding school. So they cleaned out a paint booth. I don't know how much they spent. It was significant. They're bringing in currently workers now and paying them a decent wage, putting them with a mentor, eventually working them onto the floor, and then allowing them to test to become a higher qualified welder, and of course raise their salary. And I was told by him that if it succeeds, they're a worldwide company all over the world with different manufacturing facilities, that they'll use that model to start bringing into their other manufacturing places if it's successful. And so far, it sounds like it was. I was just involved down at the University of Wyoming teaching, and it's my understanding from one of the suppliers that currently the facility down there they're looking at expanding from 30 welding booths to over adding 70 more booths, so they'll have a total of 100 different welding booths to start trying to backfill the demand for welders. So it's a much needed skill in our country and in our state.
Yeah, and part of the reason for this is we've over the last 3 decades, we've kind of turned away from traditional VOTEC training, and now we see the consequences of it. The Wyoming Construction Coalition now reports that 70% of their workers are 55 or older. We tend to see the exodus start in smaller communities, and then medium-sized communities start to struggle to find skilled workforce, and then ultimately in our larger communities like Casper, we start to see this. So when we have underskilled workers, we know they're more likely to see increased unemployment cycles, rely on public assistance, and exit the labor force quicker. But workers with post-secondary credentials or technical skills are significantly more or less likely to rely on public support programs. Workforce development reduces long-term public costs. So when we look at attracting businesses to our community, the workforce availability is now a top site selection factor. Workforce ranks among the top 2 to 3 factors for business relocations and expansion decisions. Communities without skilled labor are often eliminated early from consideration. So if we can't if we can't staff jobs, we don't compete. The population decline and long-term fiscal drag when communities lack career pathways, young people leave, families don't move in, school enrollment drops, property values can stagnate. But communities with strong CT pipelines have higher youth retention. Workforce training is a key factor in rural and mid-sized community stability. Then training is beginning, in education, things are very cyclical. And we adjust to the demands of our local communities and our nation. If you go look at the need to have land grant universities, those were intended for agrarian and industrial purposes. If you go look at the 50s and 60s, there was the race, the space race. We focused on math and science. We're coming off an era where we heavily focused on university prep. If you look in the 60s and 70s, we had a skilled workforce. We had vibrant technical training and trade schools throughout the country. Right now, trade schools are booming. You're seeing 6% annual growth. I've seen that into the double digits in some areas. So we're starting to look at how we train our future workforce a little bit different. And as this pertains to you as commissioners, I don't think anything in technical training happens effectively without partnerships in the community. Our programs don't run well unless business is involved. And I think as commissioners, you're a key stakeholder in the direction of the county, and how we can work together to start to provide this skilled workforce we all need. Workforce loss leads to population loss and shrinking revenue. There's a relationship between somebody having a skilled occupation and developing family, having students, young kids that are students. It helps our school system as well. But without those skilled trades to compete, and we're a very technical economy, without those skills, we see migration. So without a skilled workforce, we see higher project costs, lost tax revenue, business stagnation, public assistance costs, population decline. With a skilled workforce, we see lower bids, faster completion, earlier, stronger tax base, business retention and growth, and community state stability. So the cost of not having a skilled workforce is paid in higher budgets, lower revenue, and slower growth. Ms. Feiler, if you could speak a little bit to the issues of finding enough skilled workforce for our local community.
Well, I don't know if you have any personal experience, but it seems like if you try and find as I talk to community members, as you try and find a tradesperson to come and do something, whether it's roofing or framing or a plumber, or whatever it might be, that, they're booked out sometime. And so I know it's been a struggle for a lot of different people again. And I think we're probably pretty fortunate as I am around Wyoming and so forth. You continue to see houses built and so forth. And so there are people out there, but there's quite a bit of a waiting list. A few things here that along with those lines, a white paper developed by ACT, which is the American, Association for Career and Technical Education, and they looked at just the data here in CTE in Wyoming. So 38% of Wyoming jobs will require education beyond a high school diploma and less than a bachelor's degree by 2031. And as you're well aware of what's going on, that includes everything from advanced manufacturing, ag and food products, transmission lines, pipelines, as I mentioned, even outdoor recreation and so forth. And also here's a little deviation, but I find this statistic just unbelievable, and why we struggle in this county, in our school district, not to try and focus a little bit more on CTE. But again, this data is from the Association of Career and Technical Education, that our graduation rate statewide is about 81.8%. But if you're involved with career and technical education and a concentrator, that rate goes up to 96.5% of students that then earn a diploma. And so as I see it, the investment in skilled training programs comes back to us twofold, in the fact that it provides a better chance of students with a high school diploma, and then hopefully with work here that they stay in our state and contribute to our economy and so forth. And I frequently ask people what's the goal of education, and even educators, well, to graduate with a high school diploma and all that, I think there's much more to it. In my mind is that they're able to secure a job and earn a living wage and raise a family here and become responsible citizens. And I think, again, the trades and career technical education are part of that. They can provide that.
Sure, almost every metric we look at in career and technical education has a positive impact on workforce. We know that if we do a look back after 8 years of graduation, career and technical education students are earning more than their peers. they actually go on to post-secondary training at a slightly higher rate than their peers because they're going to train to be welders or nurses or construction management personnel. Here's something interesting with parents find 15% higher satisfaction rate when their students are involved in career and technical education. Workforce studies also show that workers trained locally are 30 to 50% more likely to stay in the region after 5 years. You can make the connection that when schools train for local job, graduates are more likely to stay locally. And this is especially true for construction, welding, utilities, and manufacturing. So when students train here and work here, they build lives here. We know from early earnings, skilled trade people get into the market quicker than traditional four-year degree graduates. So they begin an early tax base for the local community. Skilled trades often reach family-sustaining wages by ages of 22 to 25. They enter the workforce 2 to 4 years earlier than many degree pathways. The county impact to that is you have earlier home ownership, earlier property taxes, earlier sales tax contribution. Cost of not having a skilled workforce. You have higher public project costs. Counties without local skilled labor experience higher contractor bids and delays in imported labor again. Mr. Chairman, the data is strong that we need to replace an aging workforce. And Natrona County is a highly technical town. When we look at the data statewide, we're an energy state and a tourism state, and those require significant workforce partnerships to stand them up. Mr. Father and I have dedicated most of our life to trying to educate students for this, and I want to let you know that we do have great examples of stakeholders working together. I think Rock Springs is doing something very nice where they have an external committee that has commissioners and mine managers and school board superintendents and business economic development people and students, and they meet monthly to try and build up their workforce. And I guess the challenge to our community is to redevelop something that's going very well. To have the input from the commissioners, the input from the community colleges and workforce services and all of them in one room to try and help solve this. I have a pretty significant worry that we can't meet our workforce needs into the future. We're doing almost everything we can right now with our skilled workforce training to meet the needs of industry. But if you look at any type of economic diversification, you can't slice this pie different. You have to grow it to meet the needs of our community. And if you look at Cheyenne, they're talking about bringing all these data centers in, and contractors are losing, labor that's been there for a long time because they're paying more. Then we have to backfill the contractors that need it. So it becomes, it's really numerical. We have to grow our workforce, or we're not going to attract business or be able to produce at the level that they need. So with that, unless Mr. Filer has any final comments, we'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Commissioner Laird?
My dad was a welder. Worked at the Texaco company, 50s, and he said, "How'd you become a welder?" He said, "Well, they had an ad, and I went out there, and they hired me, and they taught me how to weld." I think back then he was making about $3 an hour. He thought it was great. What do they get now?
The rate is very, I equate maybe welding to the medical field. I mean, it's such a wide range of different types of welding. So that's a difficult question to ask. So for instance, somebody with their own rig on the pipeline is doing substantially better than maybe a line welder, for instance, at Austin. And so I'm hesitant to give you a hard number that,
Do you know of a range?
I would say anywhere in there between 50 to a welder on a pipeline might bill out at 250 an hour. But you have to keep in mind that their equipment, per diem, so on. So, and I guess, and I'll backtrack a little bit. So I think a little bit, don't hold me to this, but for instance, at Austin, if you show up on the floor and want to start welding with them, I think they're in there, right there. It's $23 to $24 an hour with pay increases. And you have to remember, they're getting paid and they coming in with zero experience and basically apprentices. And then that goes up as they test and become more experienced on the line part of it.
What do you gentlemen think we can do to help you? What would the help be and all that kind of thing? I'm just curious.
Well, Mr. Chairman and Vice Chair Laird, I think that the ask here is that to use some of your expertise in the community to help stand this up. We tend to operate in silos, and so our ask is that you all are let the community know how important it is to our stability. I really like to see us develop a working group in this town that has all the representatives of the community on it, so that we can start to address this. We've got a short window, honestly, as tradespeople are retiring out, and so that's the ask that we work together to solve this.
I really appreciate you guys coming here too, but go ahead.
Well, and Chairman, I'll be completely honest with everyone is, I'm not going to get a Christmas card from the Natrona County School District. I've been very vocal in many different avenues as far as what's going on within the school district. We are literally, and I still have many colleagues that work for them, turning hundreds of students away from trade CTE classes. And when I say trades, I'm talking about automotive diesel, the welding program, the wood program, and so forth. Many years ago, there was a former Natrona County School Board member. His son tried for 4 years to get in even a beginning program and was never able to. My opinion, the intentions of Pathways, I think, was well intended, but it's been mismanaged and it's been a debacle, in my opinion. Looking at some of the reporting and some of the things, the floor space, they're at 25% of the use of the building, for that matter. They spent, the school district, we went out to a STEM trailer for a cost of federal Perkins dollars at about $125,000 to $150,000. The intent was to take it to different middle schools and expose students to different experiences. Tradespeople stepped up. There wasn't a truck to pull it. The tradespeople in our community stepped up, donated a significant 1-ton Dodge Dually to take it around and so forth. It hasn't moved, and this has been years. And so I've been, again, very vocal. I think and we aren't hiring CTE teachers. Last year, there was an auto shop teacher. He taught 4 sections a semester, total of 8 sections with his overload. That's about 20 students, so rough math, 160 to 180 auto shop students, and he wasn't replaced. There is somebody teaching auto, but they took that from the PIC program, and the manufacturing and additive manufacturing and so forth program was shuttered. So it starts with a lot of different entities. And I don't know if I think our tradespeople are frustrated. They've gone to board meetings, they've spoke, and that the need for a workforce. And I think you have to have those grassroots root programs. How do you know you're going to enjoy welding or framing or whatever it is, unless you're able to experience that at an early level? And finally, I'll leave you with this. In my experience as an instructor, I had a lot of students that came through the program, especially in the beginning levels, and said, this is horrible. I mean, it's, you know, it's dirty and I'm getting burned and on, and this isn't for me. And in a way, I thought that's successful too, because there are other things that may be for you. But yet there were a number of students that moved forward, maybe went to Casper College, went directly into the workforce, that thoroughly enjoyed what the CTE trades were able to provide more specifically for me was in the welding area.
Commissioner Nicolason had a question.
Mr. Chairman, thanks. Rob, thanks for your continued work in this arena. You've been a leader statewide, and I see you down at during the legislative session every year working hard to get your message out. I appreciate that. I don't think I've met you, Joe, before, but I sure appreciate your passion for this and your expertise. I'm the county commissioner that's been appointed to the Wyoming Workforce Development Council, and we've had meetings in Jackson, looked at housing, a lot of housing issues, had one in Riverton. We looked pretty closely at the Job Corps facility and that federal program. Most recently, last month, we were in Cheyenne and we heard a lot about the relationship. Well, number one, the impact of those data centers and not that shortage for workers in building these data centers then creates a shortage for just the standard residential, industrial, and commercial construction projects. You know, they're a little closer to a bigger population base. I think we're a little more isolated. One of the things that we also heard was the work that they were doing in a collaborative manner with the school district. You might, and I can get you in touch with some of the people, you probably know some of these guys down in Cheyenne, and just kind of hear about maybe what they've done to try to have a good working relationship with the school district so that trades aren't seen as a negative alternative to college, which I think, you know, for a while there was this, well, it's a lesser, and now it's like, well, yeah, but if you want a job for the rest of your life with, you know, lots of upside to own your own business and all that, you ought to really consider it. So I think it's coming back, but I think it's an educational thing. So I'm happy to try and connect you with people. You know, this really strikes a chord with me because I think there's a common lack of understanding of the impact of those labor shortages on the cost per square foot for construction. That, you know, commercial and industrial development and construction helps recruiting families to Casper. It helps in Natrona County. It helps kids either stay in Wyoming or Casper or Natrona County or move back. But for us, it goes to our bottom line because that property tax revenue, we don't have a lot compared to the oil stuff going on in other counties, you know, in Commerce County and Gillette and Sublet, or the data center commercial stuff down in Laramie County. So, but we've got a greater population than all of them except Laramie County. So we need to do a better job so that we're less reliant on residential property taxes. People don't understand that we're so reliant on residential property tax here in Natrona County because we don't have much of an alternative. So I'm ready to support you guys and do whatever I can. Have you reached out to Jennifer Wilch and or other people with Wyoming Workforce Development Council? Because they've got some funding programs, especially for educational stuff.
Great. Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Nicolason, I have worked with them on several initiatives, not this one in particular, and would greatly appreciate any assistance with that. And the points you made are why we're here. I think that's exactly the reason. And you know, I think there's some solutions out here. I really do, and I've seen it. I know we have to look at things different than we have, but there's great examples. I look in other states too. You know, they've had these workforce shortages, and they've been forced to come together and find solutions for the community. And I personally want to see an opportunity for my kids. They both One of them is right now in a technical field, and they want to stay in Wyoming. I think that's a win for all of us and providing those opportunities. So the upside of having a welder in your community that lives here, that works for 35 years is a lot of tax base. And the exponential piece is the kids in the school system and the family, which I know you all understand. So
Rob, one of the things we do have is a little bit of a platform, and I know each of us know the superintendent or at least people up on, that are involved with the district, and to try to support you and trades education and development of that. I think we can put in good words for you up there and see if we can maybe change, because I agree with you, Joe, that the pathways thing was maybe not an unmitigated disaster, but not lots of problems. We should have done better.
Commissioner Milne?
I know we're running out of time real quick. A little long-winded there a couple of places. The two portions of our community that I'm kind of curious about, whether you are going to or can reach out to them, or if it's even within your scope of what you're looking at, is we've got a lot of kids coming through NC, KW, and the public school system. What are you guys identifying or getting the word out to the homeschool and private school that there's a few people out there? Usually the homeschool and the private school kids already know how to weld, but
absolutely, Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Milne, I think Mr. Filer is probably most qualified to answer that because he serves on a board that's addressing some of those things.
Well, Chairman and Commissioner, as you're well aware, the district is looking at closing 2 different elementary schools. And so one of my observations is that how are we closing 2 elementary schools, but yet on the west side of town, we're opening a school. It has a waiting list. They're looking at expanding through 9 through 12 and adding grade levels, a traditional education, so they don't have CTE programs. So I believe there's still, people aren't leaving our community. They're choosing to educate their students in a different manner. Now, to your point, again, homeschool, also, again, with the Wyoming Classic Academy, some other different schools here as well. And so they don't have a CT component. But I've been approached by many parents that they'd like to provide something like that for their students. So, other things. And they do have a pathway if they want to go and enroll in a particular wood shop class or, play sports, even though they're in a charter school or in their home school, they're allowed to do that. But there hasn't been that outreach really to try and bring some of those students that are in some of the homeschool or again, the charter school back into some of our other programs.
what about adult education? Like I said, maybe coming outside your scope, but as people, have a trade or have a job, decide this is not what I want to do with my life. Are you guys participating in those programs or?
Mr. Chairman and Commissioner Milne, we definitely see the data shows that people are changing jobs more and more as time moves on. So that's substantiated by data for sure. We definitely work in one particular area. We work with workforce services in communities to try and identify tradespeople that want to teach. So they're moving from one career to another. But I think there's probably some opportunity to apprentice some folks in the county. I know workforce is probably a struggle for some of your needs around there too. But there's definitely a relationship between exposing somebody into a work-based learning atmosphere, whether it be job shadowing, apprenticeships, anything that makes that connection increases the likelihood that they're going to stay with an employer. So, retooling is another term for changing occupations. And I think we're seeing more and more older people that have had one occupation move to another. So there's still more work that could be done there. I hear of people, ironically, leaving education to the trades because they can make more money. And then we're trying to attract people from the trades to education. So everybody's in demand right now. Skills is the bottom line.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate you guys coming in and let us know, and I know I've been involved with you guys quite a bit, and I will continue to do that. And anything we can do to help you out and promote this, I'm firm supporter of that. So,
And long live welders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. Appreciate it.
good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Table's all yours.
All right. So we have I have two contracts, one of which is with Community Action Partnership, or as we like to call it, CAP. So my understanding is that we need this agreement for a grant that CAP is getting or usually gets. Kelly can explain that a little bit more. Essentially what's happened is the old agreement has expired with the old grant. And so basically this agreement is substantially the same as what we already had. There's a couple things that we've added in here just to clarify a few things. Because when I looked at the old agreement, I had more questions than answers sometimes. So I'll let Kelly just explain kind of why we need this agreement, and then I'll go into some of the things that we've changed in this.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. So the HRSA grant is what is the primary funding and backbone for the healthcare clinic that we operate. It is $1,913 annually. Currently, we are operating, we are in our last year of a 3-year cycle. And every cycle, this co-applicant agreement is required because we are considered a public entity rather than a private entity. And so the agreement has not been altered, except what Ashley came up with this time, which was some really good changes. Has not been altered in several cycles and is a requirement in order to be in compliance. So currently we have a valid one, which was signed 3 years ago by Commissioner Friel and this board. And now we need to renew it because coming January, that will have expired.
So one of the changes that we went ahead and made was on the first page, section 4A. Looks like the third sentence, it just states that the county shall appoint 3 members and agrees to delegate to the board of directors the authority to appoint the remaining 6 members. We just didn't have that in there before. It was a little confusing. It was unclear as to what the county board, like how many members that we appoint and stuff like that. So we just added that to clarify that, because I just had a question on that. If we're going to do this agreement, I'd rather have it in writing. So the other section is on page 5. It's 6F. And this is something that we added. It just states that the county commission will appoint a county commissioner liaison. This was just something that Kelly asked, since we're adding a few things, if we just wanted that to articulate, and what it is that the board is responsible for to cap. And Kelly was saying that it's, the county, commissioner liaison is very invaluable to her. So she just wanted to make sure that was clear and in writing. The last change that we made is page 6, section 10. It talks about term. So the old agreements did not have a term for the agreement. So when I looked at the original agreement, it looked like it was still valid to me. And so when I talked to Kelly, she explained that it expires with the grant. And so we just wanted to make it very clear that this does expire. So we just add a simple term in here. It's for 4 years, beginning at the last signature date. Just so we make sure that that we redo this when we have to redo the grants. And it's just very clear. Other than that, nothing else has changed. Any questions concerning this or the grant?
Where did you say that was on liaison? What section?
The liaison, it is section. Yeah,
Oh, okay. All right.
Yep.
Sorry. I was
Yeah.
I was scrolling through and I missed that.
okay.
So-
Nothing else changed as far as
Okay.
the county's responsibilities, and it's something that we've been doing anyways. It just was never actually in
Right.
the agreement. We just wanted to make it clear so
Okay.
that none of us is here. It's clear as to what our responsibilities were.
Okay, and if I'm correct, this is not on the consent agenda tonight?
It is not. We did not.
Okay, the reason why I'm asking is because if you need to get this by January,
Okay.
So let me explain.
okay.
Actually, I needed this 2 weeks ago.
Oh, okay, so you still need it by January.
I do need it by January. You are absolutely correct in that.
So the reason why I'm asking is because at this point in time, does anybody have any questions about any of it? Commissioner Nicolason?
Mr. Chairman, thanks. Council, thank you. Kelly, thank you. The only question I had is with respect to the term being 4 years. Have you thought about, did you want to address that before I ask my question? Okay, and then I get to ask my question.
Thank you, Commissioner Nicolason. The reason that we stipulated 4 is that HRSA has gone to 4-year renewals rather than 3-year renewals. It's part of the Make America Healthy Act piece.
Okay.
Okay, so that is why she altered it to 4 because of the cycle. If there's a difference, if there's something else that you would rather see, that's fine.
No, I got that.
Okay.
But my question is, when we have hard termination dates, if we're not proactive, if something slips through the cracks, we're out of contract. And I don't know what the implications or consequences would be for CAP if this contract had expired. And so the only question is, do you put in an additional clause, 4 years, comma, but will, and we've done this before on other contracts or recently, will automatically renew for 1-year terms unless otherwise agreed by the parties.
Commissioner Nicolason, I have no problems with that, with
Well,
adding that.
and
It
I'm
doesn't
just asking-
change anything as far as HRSA is concerned. HRSA is going to look at this from their lens, which isn't always logical, but it would look at it from the point of view of how is it running concurrent with the grant renewal. It's not going to, if you added that language, it wouldn't change the fact that they would want the signature date to match the cycle.
And if we just put that on a notifier so we know 6 months in advance,
Correct.
then we won't have to worry about a deadline. So we have stuff all the time that expires and we know when it's going to expire. So as long as we get it ahead of time, then it's not a problem. So,
This wouldn't have been an issue because we would have brought it forward at the timing that it was identified. But as HRSA has different people looking at grants now. As you can understand, the federal level has changed, the landscape has changed, and how
Yes.
people are assessing things are different.
Right.
And they're very compromised staffings. So some of the things that they are requesting are not a compliance issue at present, but somebody who's looking futuristically,
Sure.
which is why they wanted it 2 weeks ago.
So, yeah, and I understand that. I'm just getting at the point that if we leave the 4 years in there,
And commissioners, my understanding too is, so we have to have a new one of these every time she does this new grant, which is why we just went ahead with that 4 years instead of doing the automatic renewal stuff. Just because it didn't matter if we had the automatic renewal on, they're gonna make us do a new one anyways.
Okay.
And so I think that's the key here on this specific contract. Is just because HRSA says we need a new one when you apply for this grant.
okay. All right. Does anybody else have any questions? Does anybody have any problems with this? If not, I would entertain a motion for us to go ahead and approve this now and get this taken care of so that we don't have to worry about it.
Make a motion to approve the administration of the healthcare for the homeless program agreement contract.
I'd second.
Okay, so we have a motion by Commissioner Coates and seconded by Commissioner Milne. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? So carried. Thank you.
You're next. All right, so the next contract we have is one that we've come before you guys a couple times now. But this one, the state has changed, just a couple things. So one of the changes that was made to this contract since the last time it was discussed is the notices section, which is, yep, page 9. We just added the Natrona County Board of Commissioners. That way, if there's any notices concerning this contract, the commission, you all will receive notice, so you guys can know what's going on with this contract as well. The other part that changed is page 10, section N, which is the termination. Previously, there was nothing in here that allowed for us to terminate this contract. We reached out to the state and we're like, hey, we need something so that if this isn't working out, we can also terminate. And so they added a little bit of language. They just added lessor, which would be, well, the health department, may terminate this lease without cause upon 120 days written notice. So it does give us the opportunity to end this contract should we need to. And that was pretty much all the changes made. Any questions?
Commissioner Nicolason.
Mr. Chairman, we had talked about a approval as to form and content signature line for the BOCC. I don't see that on this version. Remember, our facility use agreement says that if there's going to be an agreement for in excess of 1 year, we would have the county would basically sign off.
So we had asked, did reach out and I had asked to be added on there, but obviously they didn't add it. We can obviously follow up with them and try to push that more. We can do an approval as to form from legal. We have little stickers that we can try to add and see if we can get that pushed through. Really up to you guys. But I had asked about that,
Just didn't
Commissioner.
get back to your.
They just, obviously they didn't get into us.
I think in the interest of time, depending upon what the commission wants to do, I'm in favor of it. And since we've all cussed and discussed it enough, and we just put the council's approval as to form, and we've got it in the minutes that we approved it. So I think that's good enough at this time.
Any other comments? Okay, so this was for discussion only, because it's not on the agenda tonight either. So what would you like to see done, Ashley?
I think because we've discussed this quite a few times, and I know that Anna's needing it again by the beginning of December, or January, sorry. I would ask that we go ahead and just do a motion. And like I said, I can sign off on this.
So moved.
Okay, all right, so, all right, with that, I would entertain a motion with the addition to the having, approval, yeah, to form. I'm not making the motion. I said I will entertain one that has that in there. So if somebody else wants to make that motion, I will be happy to listen to it. Say your,
So moved.
Second.
okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Nicolason, seconded by Commissioner Mellon. So, all in favor, say aye. All opposed? Okay, all right, so we got that taken care of.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead.
while we're on the, got a second or two, and we're in the middle of making agenda amendments, I'd go ahead and like to amend the agenda for tonight in section 8 to include resolution 57-25. I know we'll want to discuss this, but let's get it on the agenda. The resolution adopting the attorney's names be forwarded to the 7th Judicial District Court for defense of involuntary commitment proceedings, Title 25.
Let me make a comment on that. I would move that it not be on a consent agenda, off the consent agenda.
It's not even on the agenda.
I know, but I'm just saying that's what I'm gonna do.
Well, this is, it's not on the consent agenda, it's on the agreement.
It's on agreements.
It's after the consent agenda.
We'll have
Number
time to
eight- Number
discuss.
8 is the second one that's on there. You have number 7 is consent agenda. And number 8 is the approval of contracts, and that's when we talk about it.
I'm gonna wanna move that be taken off the consent agenda.
It's not on the consent agenda. It's on, what Commissioner Mill just said is that we would put it on under 8, which is not the consent agenda. It's an item all by itself.
So is this on tonight?
It is, if
If you all vote for it,
everybody votes to put it on there, it is.
I think we need to have a discussion, open discussion on it.
I'd like to have a discussion first.
That's why we have.
Commissioners, Chairman, Commissioners,
Yeah, go ahead.
you were already scheduled to discuss that during commissioner discussion. With the bid opening and the timing and trying to get it all done, we didn't have the names or the resolution, but we needed a placeholder. So that's why I called it notice of award. And then after we had our meeting at lunchtime, at that point, we had a resolution and a resolution number. But for the agenda purposes, I do want to have the resolution 5725 on there.
Okay, so that would be, you need that on section 8, like Commissioner Milne
Yeah,
requested?
yeah,
or-
I wrote down exactly what I wanted, so,
Okay,
so,
Bosses.
I know, I believe you, I didn't figure that
So-
was something that came out of the blue, so.
yeah, so for instance, I will, once, he has the motion, once we have it approved to amend it, it'll, instead of being notice of award, we'll know that it's the resolution. That's what I called it, because I needed a placeholder, so we could
Okay,
talk about it.
all right, so
tonight.
we'll be discussing that
Yes.
shortly.
And I handed out the resolution to everyone. Yours just doesn't have a number on it, because I didn't have time before the meeting.
Okay. All right. Okay,
Second?
yeah,
Second.
Whatever.
Second, I didn't, just sit where we're at.
yeah. Well, and we can do that during, yeah, okay. Any other discussion on that? We have a motion to put that on the agenda under section 8 tonight, and a second by Commissioner Coates. All in favor, say aye. All right. So it's on the agenda tonight, under section 8 as well. So, okay. Garrett, you're up.
Okay, that's enough.
Okay. Good afternoon, Commissioners. Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you today. I've been asked to address a matter that has persisted for many years, and that is the use of personal space heaters in county offices. As we all know, cold temperatures are a recurring reality here, and winter's upon us. The issue becomes especially relevant. While I understand the comfort that space heaters can provide, I also recognize the serious safety concerns that it present. Fire hazards, electrical overloads, trip risks, and the interference with the efficiency of all our buildings' HVAC systems. Although these risks can be considered hypothetical, they are real and potentially costly. This issue is a little bit of a double-edged sword for me. I fully acknowledge that everyone experiences temperature differently, and I don't want any employee to feel uncomfortable in the work environment. Comfort is important, and I feel we can find a solution that balances both safety and individual needs. With that said, I've drafted a preliminary policy several months ago that proposes replacing personal space heaters with individual heating blankets and heating pads. These alternatives are more confined, energy efficient, and significantly reduce the risk associated with traditional space heaters. While the draft is a starting point, I recognize that it can be improved. My goal is not to present a policy, but to invite discussion to create a policy that ensures safety while supporting the comfort and well-being of county employees. Thank you. Any
It's a
questions?
hot topic.
Yeah, it is.
So,
Question.
okay, Commissioner Laird.
Isn't there some form of heating system you can put in down there?
Just depends on where we're talking. I've kind of wrote that policy as a county-wide and county buildings, and it's kind of a broad spectrum between all our heating systems, trying to make everybody comfortable in all aspects of the weather. So if you could be
I understand
more
that. My question
specific
is,
where.
there's some sort of heating system. I see them doing it with air conditioning and that kind of thing, with some sort of heating system that can actually be installed that would be safe and it would actually do the job. The idea of blankets and stuff like that,
Well, and I
not
think
sure
that's
about that one.
a lot of where I'm trying to get pinpointed down, right? We all know that these buildings are old and not as efficient as they can be, right? But when we throw space heaters into the mix, it's harder to pinpoint what parts of our systems are lacking and need improved, rather than just temporary with a temporary fix to get somebody comfortable for hours. Prime example is you might have an office that's losing a heat pump for their radiant heat. Well, then you have 3 people running space heaters and keeping the room satisfied, where that valve's not going to open and ask the heat to be transferred into the radiant. And I can go weeks without knowing that there's an issue until it drops into the temperatures on a cold weekend and people walk in here on a Monday and it's freezing. So that's kind of what I'm trying to address.
I think it's a bigger problem than blankets though and pads. I think that's the temporary fix. But I think we ought to be looking into some sort of heating.
And that's the goal, is to improve the whole system as a large rather than a small fix with space heaters. Because the blanket's going to keep that individual warm, and pads are going to keep that individual's legs warm. And the system should not be satisfied to where those thermostats will call for heat to be off.
Well, and Garrett, correct me if I'm wrong too, but part of the problem too is that in these buildings, they're old enough that the electrical system was not designed to carry that much current.
Correct. That's
so-
another main
So
issue.
you end up having throwing breakers and doing everything else. And I mean, I'm just want to make sure that that's part of the issue here. It's not that we don't want people to stay warm, but there's other
Correct.
things, other factors that have to be considered when we're doing this.
Yep.
And it's not just that individual room or that individual location in that room that we have to think about. So I just wanted to throw that out.
And that's another goal of that is these blankets are less, they draw less on the system. We're not blowing breakers every hours at a time. You know, we need to look at the bigger picture and to be able to notify and diagnostic that situation is where my goal is.
So Garrett, what can we do to help you out with this?
I guess one of the questions is with this policy, and I'm not sure I had the I did, sorry. I didn't have the power to take people's space heaters away, and I don't want to be that guy, right? I don't want to be the one that has to walk around from office to office and patrol space heater use.
You don't want to be the space heater police?
I do not, and I don't think the sheriff does either.
So,
my goal is to address the overall system and upgrade that as need be. I know we're lucky right now, with the winter temps that we've had. 50 degrees is pretty good and being able to maintain a certain temperature inside the building, but we all know that's coming. And,
it's supposed to be 61 on Christmas Eve.
yeah, and I've listened to a lot of employees around, and we've raised some water temperatures through boilers and been trying to upgrade and thermostats as we can. But with pneumatic system here, you're always going to have that easily failure as you would as an analog.
Mr. Chairman,
Just
Go ahead.
so I talked to Garrett too, and it's particularly this building, and then I know the library had some issues when we discussed it at our health and safety meeting. But also the rule of thumb for the past 100 years that I've been here is you don't touch the thermostat. And after speaking to Garrett today, he said, no, go ahead and adjust it if need be. Just don't turn it up and down, up and down, up and down. So maybe department heads or Garrett can go around and kind of explain that to the employees. Maybe we can get a better sense of that. And then in my office in particular, one of my offices has space heaters being used, but it's right at the bottom, right in the back door. So we talked about maybe a door sweep or a draft guard or something being put on that office door. So we have kind of talked through some more things. So I don't know, a policy's pretty harsh. And I don't think Garrett has a lot to do and he does his job extremely well, but I don't know if that he needs to be the space heater police. But collaborating with the other electeds and department heads, and it kind of did come up at the health and safety meeting, is kind of where this was spurred. So maybe we could come up with better solutions or more solutions and look at the bigger picture as the heating element part of this building.
Oh, I agree that that's something that each department head or elected official needs to be taking that role. That's not Garrett's role, and he shouldn't have to go around and do that stuff. So,
The heat keeper.
go ahead.
I mean, I don't mind being the heat keeper when it comes to the building system, but when you're throwing in parts that aren't designed to make people comfortable, and with Tracy's point, and she said about the thermostats, I don't mind people changing the thermostat. The issue I have with that is you'll have one person walk by and crank it up to 72. The next
Or
person
78.
5 seconds later is going to walk by and crank it back down. I don't want to see a battle of the thermostat.
Yeah.
And that's something that I can't police. It's a little easier in our newer buildings where we have control systems and DAV boxes where I can have a range from 68 to 72 where I set that to keep that temperature was just for efficiency and cost wise for county.
Mr. Chairman. I'd like to see, it's gonna be a job for you.
I'm
But
ready.
you're gonna have to do it at some point. What's it gonna cost us to put a heating system in here? That'll work for everybody.
It's gonna be
I'd like to know the price.
it's gonna be a lot, and that's what's nice about this recent study we did is there are a lot of those numbers and figures that still weeding through, but can have a starting point and a route.
Can you
to
come up with a
update.
cost and when it could be done if we decide to do it?
Yes.
Will you be able to present that without interfering with your job too much?
Well, that can be a long-term project. That's not a short-term project. That's something that you don't do it all in 1 year increment.
Well, all of our projects are extremely long-term, so I'd like to start it as quickly as possible and see if we couldn't shorten it up, because people are cold in here, and it is an issue, and apparently it's even become a bigger issue.
The biggest issue is the overload to the electrical system and the interference with an already put in place HVAC system.
Commissioner Mill.
Yeah, so I think I'm in agreement. The Garrett policy will have a chilling effect on the morale. Sorry. Anyways, couldn't resist. No, I agree though that I think I'd rather see you work with the electeds and the department supervisors and elected heads and everybody like that to try to come up with a solution rather than a policy, a county policy or anything like that as far as how we do this. Being mindful that if there isn't buy-in, I mean, we're not going to be left with a whole lot of choice because we can't ignore the electrical situation. If you overload it, then we don't have a building to sit in to complain about no heat. So something's going to have to be done. So please try to work with them, do those alternative things like what Tracy is saying, you know, the floor sweeps, the whatever, and see where we can go from there. Identify those rooms or those systems that are in jeopardy of having issues and get those repaired so that we maybe don't have this issue.
And yeah, has been our goal as of late is to.
That way we can repair rather than replace. Might be cheaper.
Well, and a lot of people don't understand radiant heat either. They don't understand that you turn the thermostat. They're used to their house where they turn up the thermostat and the blower comes on and it blows hot air. And with radiant heat, it doesn't work that way. It's just like when you turn it down, it doesn't cool off immediately. And if you keep turning it down, then you're going to have not a good result on what you're doing. So.
And that's the prime Mondays is where you feel it. Somebody messes with it on a Friday, and then by a Monday, it's
So,
chill.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Chairman, Garrett, have you, maybe I didn't hear, have you communicated with Fred or Lisa over at the library? Because I know we've been hearing for years about all the different cubby holes, the different places that are more of on a security issue basis, but you know, that's a old building kind of with some additions, and I think that they use those little heaters over there, and I don't know how this is going to impact them.
And that was another goal of mine today was to get, because it had to have been an all or nothing, correct, with the space. You either get to use them or you don't. Well, with this guidance that you've given me today, we'll be able to use them where they're needed and not just as a comfort level. Like you said, there are some of those spaces over at the library that, they're not heated very well, that do need that extra oomph to make it comfortable. And we will stick with guidelines of code on what heaters that are used in those situations.
Right. I think that'll be good. I think, you know, we can't address all of these buildings the same way. But I think this building and that one are two of the leading candidates for this being a problem. So thanks.
Yes, sir.
Okay, any other comments?
Keep our people warm.
Yes, sir.
Or cool, depending on when you're, yeah.
Chill. How about that?
All right, thank you. Thanks, Garrett.
Thank you.
All right, Lita.
Good afternoon. What we have on for the legal update, as Michelle explained earlier, regarding the RFP that went out for Title 25 Defense Council pursuant to our policies. We opened those, well, we call them bids, but we opened the bids this afternoon about 12:50. And then I was able to complete the resolution that that Michelle put in front of you. And those are the names that the three of us are recommending be forwarded to the district court for appointment. We, as we've said, we don't appoint the defense counsel. We are just required to pay the defense counsel or counsels, depending on what the court decides to do. And that's where this resolution stemmed from. And the names are in no particular order as outlined in the resolution. And those are the names we have forwarded, I guess, to you all to forward or not forward to the district court for appointment.
Commissioner Nicolason.
Chairman, thanks. Lita, when we name law firms rather than a lawyer of a law firm, is that, I'm just not as familiar with that practice. Is that okay?
Sure, that's absolutely okay. And in these particular situations with these two law firms, they have multiple attorneys, so coverage isn't an issue. And that was one of the outlines in the RFP. You know, court is every day at 8:30 unless otherwise ordered. We can't change that. No one can change that. So it was very hard for sole practitioners to, although several sole practitioners wanted to apply, but because they don't necessarily have coverage if they're sick or an emergency, then they have to get coverage. Whereas law firms, they do, if they're set up that way, which these two are. And then the sole practitioner that applied, in her cover letter, she stated that although she's a sole practitioner, these weren't her exact words, she does have backup of several lawyers who are experienced, because it's on that lawyer that's appointed to find coverage for that day. Sure. The firm would, and then in particular, I don't know how Cowboy Legal works, of course, because I don't work for them, but in particular with legal aid, no attorney in that firm, and I don't know how it works again in other firms, can just get a contract. The contract goes to the firm, or the money goes to the firm, and then the firm does whatever they do with contract money.
Yeah, my concern was the same as Mr. Nicolasen's. Who is Cowboy Legal?
Cowboy Legal consists of Lauren Newton and I'll think of his name. He's
Is
an
it
attorney.
Jeremy?
No, I know there's a similar Cowboy Defense firm in here as well as Campbell County. This one's out of Park County, and I will think of the name tonight for
Or you
you.
want to hire lawyers out of Park County rather than Natrona County lawyers?
We don't hire them, sir. The court appoints them.
Support them?
I put out the RFP, and it was open to any resident who's licensed in Wyoming. And
So one of my questions is, did Mr. Willoughby apply?
he did not.
He didn't apply at all?
He did not. The three firms and or attorneys that applied are the three that we reviewed and that are in this resolution to forward.
What are we paying?
So in the RFP, we are paying $125 an hour, which is about the middle of when I did my research and we talked about counties are anywhere from 100 to 175 per hour.
Well, I think we have to submit the names of the attorneys. I mean, I can't support, I don't even know any of these people. I don't know anything about them, and I hear a name, an LLC, that, because isn't the way I've ever seen anybody be appointed. They appoint the particular attorney,
Okay, we can do that.
has to be properly licensed and, have some amount of experience and that kind of thing.
Sure, we can put the names.
I think they definitely have to go in there.
Okay,
I mean, if I was a district court judge, I wouldn't appoint some LLC that I didn't know any of the people.
okay, we can put those in.
I mean, that's my thought. I guess if I was doing it, I might ask the district court judge if they thought this was okay to do that. But should we even be submitting names to the judges? Maybe if they do the appointing, maybe they get the names. Because they may appoint somebody you don't even have on your list.
Sure, they're free to do that. However, our policy requires us to put out an RFP for any contract over 50,000. And so that's
So
what we
wouldn't
did.
do that until the judges hired the lawyers, and then we don't just set a salary and say, here's what we're paying. We let people bid on the job.
It's not bid on. It's, the salary's 125. Or you all can set it at, whichever salary I guess you see fit.
Did you have Natrona County lawyers apply?
These three applied. So Legal Aid has an office here. Randy Lemke is here part-time.
And this woman, is it a woman?
Randy Lemke?
Yeah.
Yes,
And is she here in Natrona County?
she's here part-time.
And where is her full-time?
Well, she'd be part-time here and I believe part-time in Cheyenne. I don't believe I can't speak if she's full-time anywhere. I didn't ask her where she was full-time.
I just have to say, I want, if we can get them, I want Natrona County lawyers working for Natrona County in town. That's what I would prefer to have. I mean, I don't like hiring out-of-county people unless we have nobody here that can do it. I mean, that's my personal opinion.
Okay,
My preference would be Natrona County attorneys, certainly, especially for this kind of work, although we did send out an RFP. And we dotted our i's and crossed our t's, and these are, we got certain names back. I'm a little surprised, but kind of not surprised that Mr. Willoughby didn't submit a proposal, but I'm okay with it to the extent that you reviewed the proposals, Lita, council, right?
it wasn't just myself, it was the
No,
committee.
I'm sorry, yes. The
Yes,
committee
yes.
reviewed the proposals,
Yes, and
And-
open
and-
to the public.
confirmed that they met the requirements and they're qualified to perform the work from what the committee determined. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so I'm fine with this. My preference would be to add the names with the firms, and then if they have changes in people over the course of the contract, then they get with you, they get with the judge, and it's not an issue to add or subtract a name, but I would feel a little more comfortable with actually having a name and a law firm.
Okay.
But, it sounds like we need one more commissioner to weigh in on that too.
Sure.
Go ahead.
As I'm constantly being told that I'm a layman, I've got some questions.
Yeah, but you're a good lady.
Okay. Anyways, so yeah, I had kind of the same concern as far as with the LLCs and just the company name, right? Instead of
Sure.
the actual attorney name. But one of my concerns with doing it with the company name is how do we guarantee, how we know that they're being represented and the case is being looked at by not just paralegals or whatever, but an actual attorney. That's what we're
Sure.
prepared for. And so I just didn't see where we were guaranteeing the people going through 25 actual, I don't know. That's
Sure.
why I'm asking, right?
Sure. Well, it would be an unauthorized practice of law and illegal and ethical for an attorney to have their paralegal go to court. So if that happens, there's a bigger problem, but fair enough. And then, I mean, I can't dictate who reviews what documents at legal aid, let's say. You
Right.
know, if something comes in, if Jennifer Joe, Johnny Joe review, but then Thomas, the attorney, signs off. I mean, I don't know that we can dictate that. I mean, it's the same thing in this office.
I think just the
Commissioner
point,
Nicolason, go ahead.
sorry, I think just to kind of circle the wagon on this.
Sure.
Or to get us beyond this. Every matter, every client has a primary attorney, the boss. And
Sure.
I'm fine with just saying, this is the person that's in charge at that law firm.
Okay, I have that information. I can add that in.
Yeah, just the one throat to choke.
I'm sorry?
The one throat to choke concept.
Yes. Any other questions?
When do you, Mr. Chairman, when do you need this done?
I can make the changes presumably tonight if I get a chance, or I can make them tomorrow and send it back down and put it on the next agenda, whatever is convenient for the board.
Okay, well, you don't need it January 1,
No,
January 2.
it's set to start when the resolution, well, first of all, it has to get to the court, and the court may or may, as Commissioner Laird said, appoint 10 people, 5 people, 2 people, 0 people. I have no idea. No. So would you all prefer that I make those changes and put it on the next agenda? Okay, that was nodding, just for the record. They can't pick that up. Thank you.
We have a majority of nods.
Okay, thanks. That's all I have. Thank you.
Yes, please. Does it look better?
Yes, thank you. We'll get it. I'll get it. That's all I have for the legal update.
Okay.
Oh, Miss Michelle has something for us.
Commissioners and Chairman, Commissioners, not really a legal update. I just wanted to put a bug in your guys' ears for the next meeting for the commissioner appointments. So, if you guys can start thinking about those, because I will have those on the next meeting as well.
Okay. All right, nothing else from legal?
No, thank you.
Okay. Well, at this point, I would entertain a motion to go into executive session for litigation purposes and personnel.
So moved.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Nicolason, seconded by Commissioner Milne. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We are now All right, we were back in session. We did take a straw poll, which is just that. And just so everybody knows, next year Jim Milne will be the chairman and Casey Coates will be the vice chair. So just so everybody knows going forward so they can plan for it. So, all right, entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Coates, seconded by Commissioner Milne. All in favor, say aye. All right, then we have contracts and resolutions. Did we want to have any other discussion or action on resolution? Would you say it was 6/7/25?
Chairman Commissioners, it was going to be resolution 5725, but I already have it in the minutes that there were gonna be changes and presented at the next meeting, so I don't think we
Okay.
need to do anything else.
Okay, thank you. Okay. And I believe on the defense, the Title 25, that we also did the same thing. We tabled that until the following meeting.
Chairman Commissioners, that was the one that I was talking about, the
Okay.
Title 25,
Okay.
that no action taken, it'll be presented, changes will be made and presented at the next meeting.
Okay, I just want to make sure we had everything
Yeah, that was the
correct.
same one.
Okay, just want to make sure that we had it.
Thank you.
So, okay, at this point, we will have the public hearing for ZC 25-01 UR to UA-A. And we have a staff report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and Commissioners. As you mentioned, this is case number ZC 25-01, which is a request by Gensbach Construction for approval of a zone change at 4620 Southeast Wyoming Boulevard from the current urban residential to urban ag. We just test this, but. My apologies. Anyway, so the residential property, urban residential is a minimum of 2 acres with private sewer, 9,000 square feet with public sewer for single or 2 dwellings. The applicant discussed this with staff. Can you go to the next one, actually? Okay, so this is a subject parcel, which is in urban residential, and as I mentioned that the property owner wants to change to urban ag. You can see the other districts around urban ag. The closest one is approximately a mile away. It's surrounded by mountain residential to the south, suburban residential to the east, and then urban residential, a little bit of urban mixed residential. So the staff finds it, so this parcel is 17.36 acres. The zoning for the adjacent parcels, as I mentioned, you saw on the screen. A parcel to the east is urban mixed residential. The applicant wishes to construct a barn on the subject property for animals. According to Chapter 6, definitions in the Natrona County 2022 zoning resolution, a barn is an accessory building erected on or moved to a farm or ranch used primarily for the storage of agricultural products, agricultural equipment, and sheltering of animals and animal products. According to Table 4.02-2, Table of Allowable Uses, UR and UA both allow accessory structures and uses as permitted by right. However, Chapter 4.11.04, General Standards for All Accessory Uses and Structures, defines accessory structures as customarily incidental to the principal structure or principal use, implying that a residential structure must be built prior to the accessory structure. We also have in our regulations on a time frame that an accessory structure can be built if they submit plans to build a residential structure. However, this property owner did not know if they planned to build a residential structure on this property, so they didn't want to submit those plans. The chapter 5.06 zoning map amendment states that the purpose of this section is to provide standards for changing the boundaries of any zoning district or the zone classification of any parcel of land. The purpose is not to relieve particular hardships or confer special privileges or rights on any person, but to allow adjustments on the official zoning map in response to changing circumstances, to reflect changes in public policy, and to advance the general welfare of the county. It is in the opinion of staff that this would allow special privileges to this one parcel of land that would not be allowed on the surrounding parcels. This also, as we have mentioned a few times before, would be spot zoning because the urban ag district is a ways away and not adjacent. Okay. Huh. All right, so still same subject property. As of the date of this report, there have been no written comments received, and staff sent notices to the surrounding neighbors. The staff recommends denial of this requested zone change due to special privileges that would be incurred on one parcel, not incurred on surrounding parcels, and this zone change will instigate spot zoning and potential confusion among nearby parcels. Planning and Zoning Commission did deny this as well. We actually tabled it originally because there was another owner that was in the urban residential to the north that potentially wanted to change to urban ag as well. If you'll remember, that property owner did come forward, and he is one of the majority property owners in that area because we asked if they all wanted to change to urban ag, and he did not want to change any of the other ones to urban ag. So that was denied as well. That request was denied. And I'll stand for any questions.
Question?
Yeah, zoning, that, the accessory building, language is still in that, in the current zoning at this point then?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Milne, it is today. We have created a very preliminary draft of a new zone to have an area, because we get this question a lot, that people want to build a shop or a barn or
Right,
something to put their stuff in.
residents didn't
Right.
plan on putting it.
They don't necessarily want a residence because they want to live in town, they want to stay there, but they want that quiet place to go to put their stuff. Our code enforcement has even mentioned that those are the best places that she has because their stuff's inside, they're clean, they don't have stuff scattered because they don't want people to steal it because they're not there all the time, they don't live there. So preliminarily, we have created another zone that
Do we need to create another zoning though? And end up with spot zones here, there, and everywhere? Can we do maybe a variance type system?
So I don't believe that, and that's going to be like our next step if we can kind of get this zone figured out, because it would be between an urban ag and a suburban residential was the idea. It would not require that residence, but a lot of these areas are suburban residential. There's a lot of them out on Cold Creek. There's some up towards Barnum, north and south of Barnum, and then in this area. Ideally, we would change that whole district, so I wouldn't create zones, so I wouldn't do just this parcel. It would be like that whole area. So,
I've slept since then, but it seems like I thought we'd adjusted this so that people would have that ability, but I guess not.
that was the problem, is that none of them adjusted this problem. And we had another gentleman in today asking the same question. It's a pretty big problem we've recognized
It is,
over
and it
over
was,
time.
and I thought we'd fixed it.
Yeah, just because of the way that it would have created problems, I think, with existing structures and zoning if we would have changed it up that much, and that wasn't the idea on the amendments we just went through.
No, it was clear back at the original portion of going to the 22 instead of the original, right?
Paul is not a part of that.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. No, it's fine. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Any other questions for staff? Okay, Commissioner Laird.
If we gave them a variance, would that hurt other people?
Mr. Chairman and Mr. Laird, the variance, you have to prove a hardship. And what's a hardship? Just because you can't do what you want to do, so I can see the property rights, but that's going to set a precedence that, well, it's just not allowed, so let me apply for a variance. And that's something you all would have to approve.
Well, I always thought those 7 conditions a person couldn't really ever get by those anyway. And I'd talked about one time giving us as commission the authority to give people a variance if the commissioners voted to do that. But I always wonder if we have a setup that actually hurts people rather than a setup that helps people. And that's really what I'm trying to get out here, is what damage could occur if we, and I just, a hypothetical question, I know. What damage could occur to anybody if we were able to grant this guy a variance?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Laird,
This is my bad. Just a minute.
I heard you.
I would just, if you could answer my question, it's just a hypothetical.
Right, so there's a process for the variance and there's fees associated with the variance. It's got to go through planning and zoning first in a public hearing, and there's no guarantee that you all are going to pass it. And so we make sure, we as staff want to make sure that we can support it. We can actually say, yes, this is a supportable project before going through that entire process, just for you guys to say no. And it's about a 3 to 4 month process because of the public hearing requirements and then getting everything in order.
Yeah, I appreciate that, and I know that's how we're gonna handle it. What I was just asking, if today we had the authority to grant a variance, would it hurt any of the neighbors to give this guy the variance? Would there be a problem for them?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Laird, I seriously doubt it on this particular property because there's horses in the surrounding properties as well. There was a comment from planning and zoning that the guy can go out and build basically a lean-to kind of shack, but can't build a nice barn because that's what our regulations say. And I said, I don't make the rules, I enforce the rules. You guys make the rules, and I'm
You think
trying
this is
to
a good
accommodate
rule,
them.
or should we look at changing this rule?
As Sabrina Kemper, I don't like the rule because I don't think that this gentleman should have to build a house someplace he doesn't want to build when he owns the property. I think it's a great place for him to be able to have his horses. I think 2 acres is a great place for somebody to have a shop and be able to store their side-by-side, their four-wheelers, their trailers.
But
That's
to
what I was thinking.
answer Commissioner Laird's question, that's the reason why we're looking at correcting this and making sure that people can do stuff and build things like a barn on a piece of property like this without having to have a dwelling on it. So that's part of the reason for looking into this. And some of these questions came up after we had already published everything, and if we had changed anything, that it would have kicked everything down the road even further. And so
Right.
this is one of the areas that the development department and I have talked about, and I know it's been with a lot of other people as well, so we can get this corrected. So, okay. Any other questions? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay, at this time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of ZC 25-01, approach the lectern.
Judy Jones, 335 North 8 Mile. Not anymore. Highway 2026, 21, 24165. Highway 2026. I think that's the whole reason we started talking about variances. So if something like this came up, we could do it. And the 7 criteria, like you said, Dallas, has always been a problem because you can meet 1 or 2 of them, but then if you don't meet the other 3, it's a no-go. So maybe critique that with the resolution, guys, and get that to where if the neighbors aren't having a problem with it, I don't see why there would be a problem with it. I mean, does anybody talk to the neighbors and, hey, is it okay if this guy puts his horses on that and, you know, and a lean-to or whatever? If they say, okay, okay, we don't need the mother may I system anymore. We're adults in this state. I think it's just time we started acting like it. Thank you.
Judy, just for clarification, he asked for a rezone, not a variance.
Oh,
So,
well, okay.
just for
Thank-
clarification,
I
so,
didn't hear that part.
yeah, you bet. Okay, at this time, I'd ask anyone who wishes to speak in favor of ZC 25-01 to approach the lectern.
Rosemary Saban, a Natrona County resident. I speak in favor of it because it's his property, and us having rules for we and not rules for thee is problematic. I saw that on November 18th, where you guys are in violation of your own policy, and it got dismissed. Jim Milne tried to step down. Mr. Coates, you suggested that he stay. I don't know why you guys want to be in violation and then you want to put this stuff onto us. So I say, let this guy go ahead and do what he wants to do with his private property. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else who wishes to speak in favor of ZC 25-01? For the last time, anyone that wishes to speak in favor of ZC 25-01, please approach the lectern. Okay, hearing none. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of ZC 25-01 to approach the lectern. For the second time, at this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of ZC 25-01 to approach the lectern. And for the last time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of ZC 25-01 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, this hearing is now closed. Accept any discussion on this matter before a motion, or if you would just soon make a motion, that's okay too.
I will make the motion to, where are we at here? Deny the request for rezone of parcel 3379214000160 in recognition of staff's findings and planning and zoning commission's findings.
Okay, do we have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Commissioner Coates, seconded by Commissioner Nicolason. Do we have any other discussion on this? All right, at this time, all in favor, say aye. All opposed?
I'm opposed. I would let the man have the zoning change.
Okay, the motion passes. So. I now declare the public hearing for consideration of VC 25-03 Rattlesnake Bend Tower A variance request made by Rocky Mountain Towers for the setback requirements on a cell tower, which is 2-to-1 height ratio. Tower will be located north of State Highway 2020, approximately 37 miles southwest of Casper, parcel number 3084-183-0000-500. The hearing will be conducted in accordance with state statutes and rules of Natrona County Commission that are applicable. May we have a staff report?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As you mentioned, this is a request by Rocky Mountain Towers for approval of a variance regarding setback requirements to construct a 300-foot cellular communications tower. The request is to set the tower 100 feet from existing property lines rather than the past 2022 zoning resolution requirement of 600 feet. So this is one of the things that was really restrictive in our regulations that we recognize. There used to be a 100% setback. Industry standard is a 10%, so the tower plus 10% instead of a tower plus 100%. So the current setback for the current regulations as passed 2 weeks ago would be 330 feet, not 600 feet. The parcel contains approximately 41 acres in the ranching, agriculture, and mining zoning district. As you mentioned, this is on State Highway 220, so this is between Pathfinder and Alcova, a little bit closer to Pathfinder than Alcova. There are variance standards and criteria approval in your packet. Staff findings, the case of VC 25-03, a request for a zoning variance, lot size 41 acres. Applicant has chosen this parcel in RAM due to its distance from other cellular towers in the area to provide coverage in an area not already serviced by cell reception. Per new tower regulations for our zoning regulations, tower location and co-locating equipment on other towers, the applicant was not able to identify any county-owned property within this area where a cellular tower could be constructed. Due to no other towers being located in the area, co-location of equipment was not an option. The height of the tower, the applicant has stated that due to the proximity of the tower along the highway, maximum height is needed to provide coverage along the undeveloped swath of grazing land. The appearance, the applicant has stated the tower is impossible to camouflage. However, there are multiple power lines, both lattice and wood in the area. The tower will be made of non-reflective steel and is over 7 miles to the nearest community. So these pictures look very similar, as I'm sure you are all familiar with this area. Security, the ground equipment will be surrounded by a solid 6-foot high fenced area, and equipment will be set back 600 feet from the highway. Signage, the RF safety document states that notice, guidelines, and site info signs will be located on the access gate. Setbacks again, the 2022 zoning resolution used to require that it was tower plus 100%, now it's tower plus 10%. And it states that the BOCC may grant a variance from the setback requirement if the applicant can provide structural drawings and plans signed by a licensed engineer in the state of Wyoming that certifies the use of breakpoint technology, and or that if the tower collapses, relief from the standard setback requirements would not pose a threat to health and safety of adjacent property owners. The applicant is requesting this variance for setbacks due to the submitted and Wyoming engineer certified breakpoint technology, which falls within the 100-foot radius of itself. The request for the 100-foot setback from the north parcel boundary and 100-foot setback, you can see the green dot on this, and that's approximately 100 feet from these two corners, much further from the other areas. Other setbacks are 300 feet from the east boundary and 3,000 feet from the east boundary and 416 feet from the south boundary. The nearest structure is 3/4 of a mile away. Access road, the plans submitted show a 12-foot wide gravel access road into the fenced area with a barbed wire fence access gate. There are also 12-foot double wide access gate into the tower fenced area where the cabinets and tower will be located. A future co-location of equipment, the applicant is in the business of working with multiple cellular towers, carriers, and is open to communication with additional carriers. Future locations of equipment are noted on the site plan. FAA lighting and approval, the applicant has stated that it will be lit in accordance with FAA's requirements at this location. Staff received the following comments. Road and Bridge had no comment, Fire District had no comment, County Airport had no comment, and YDOT does not have any concerns with this tower. Staff recommendations is that staff finds the application for a variance complete and that the request is in compliance with items 1 through 7 of the approval criteria, with all items in conformance of the current zoning resolution and additional conditions met. Staff finds that VC 25-03 to be complete and in compliance and acceptable. And the Planning and Zoning Commission did forward a do pass recommendation to all. And the applicant is in the audience should you have questions for her.
I may have missed this. The adjacent property is BLM and State?
BLM and State, yes.
And which one's which?
To the left on the screen, I believe is BLM, and the north is State.
How close is that to the roadway?
The tower is 600 feet to the roadway. It's 413 feet from the property line,
And how tall is it?
300 feet.
So if the wind blew it over and it didn't collapse straight down and it just blew over sideways, it still wouldn't reach the highway, would it?
Correct.
Okay, thank you very much.
Commissioner Mill?
So you have your location at 3 miles east of Pathfinder Reservoir entrance,
Yes, sir.
not west?
That should be the ranch, not Pathfinder itself, but the ranch.
Okay, Pathfinder Ranch. Okay, I was like,
Yes.
okay, so, and what did you say the standard is now, the current standard for setbacks?
So, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Milne, the current standard is the tower height plus 10%.
Plus 2%.
So this one would be 330 feet.
And ours is what now?
That's what ours currently is.
So
It-
ours is matching current standard then?
It is. It used to be the cell tower plus 100%. So it would have been 600 feet, which is pretty restrictive.
And we're still needing a variance?
Yes, sir, because of it's 100 feet off of each property line in this location. And the applicant can speak more to that, actually,
Okay, thank you.
on that chosen location.
Any other questions for staff? All right. Go ahead and have the applicant come up. Give us a little bit more information.
My name is Shelley Neese, and I'm the owner of Rocky Mountain Towers. We're a small tower development company, and we develop towers throughout the western region. I believe I've met with this board before on another tower. You approved, thank you. Verizon Wireless is the anchor tenant on this tower. You'll probably see me back here a few more times as we're building out the area. The uniqueness of this tower is there's really not a lot of, the purpose of the tower is to provide highway coverage. The nearest tower to this is about 7 miles away. So we want the height because when you get into these remote areas, you're not looking for capacity. You're not looking to put a tower every mile apart. You're looking to get the most bang for the buck you can so that you can provide coverage for people traveling through the area. That is the purpose of this tower. I do have a formal presentation, but I think she's covered it, most of it, quite nicely. The reason for the location is because when we were given a search ring by Verizon, and we are one of their preferred development vendors because we know what we're doing, they asked us to locate here. And we sent out letters to the surrounding properties. The first thing we do is we try to meet your code to the letter of the law. And nobody had an interest. They didn't get back with us. You had some large landowners that were hard to even get a hold of. But we did repetitively try. We looked for phone numbers. We called. We sent a second round of mailers out. And these folks, the Rattlesnake Bend folks, were the ones who got back with us. They were very excited. They said, we use that property for grazing land. We're not going to do a lot with it. And they really didn't care about the income. That was not the motivating factor. They wanted the coverage. We found no opposition or resistance to it. And we thought it was a really good location because BLM and state land.
Wait, no, because it won't pick up on the recording.
How's that?
Much better.
Okay. Because it was surrounded by BLM and state property, primarily used for grazing, it was the least intrusive location here. You just don't have a lot of residential homes or things of that nature. It also does hand off to Verizon's nearest site, which is, like as I stated, 7 miles away. I want to tell you, to the east. There's nothing close by. We'll probably come back and be talking to you about another site to the west down the road, 7 miles away. But when the FCC grants these licenses to the wireless carriers, they have a requirement that they cover remote areas. The wireless carriers make more profit clearly in areas where there are heavier populations. We call that POPs, percentage of population. This doesn't have a lot of POPs. However, Verizon is mandated when they purchase the frequencies from the federal government to cover a certain amount of area where there aren't a lot of POPs that are remote, and in an attempt to get high rate coverage out in these remote areas and grow out areas where maybe people are traveling along the highway. I see this as a huge benefit to your community in the sense that they wouldn't show up if they weren't forced to by the federal government. So it's trying to add value to safety, health and safety, and that's the predominant reason. And if any of you have been traveling down a road, and I have, which goes on for an hour with no coverage at all, it's pretty scary out there. So anytime you can provide your highway coverage and enhance coverage, safety for folks traveling this highway, I would encourage it. It's an asset to the community, I believe. And I'll stand for questions. As I said, I do have a formal presentation, but Sabrina's done a beautiful job. The Planning Commission spent a substantial amount of time on this, and they're a tough body. I do a lot of these hearings, and they were the previous time, and I think they did their due diligence. So I'll stand for questions.
I know we've talked about this before when you came before us, but with these collapsible towers like this, what is if they work appropriately and they collapse on themselves, what is the distance that they'll actually cover on when they?
It's how we design them. So we go back to the tower manufacturer and we say to the tower manufacturer, this needs to collapse within 100 feet of itself. We call it breakpoint technology. So with a 300-foot tower, you're going to say, well, I want that thing to collapse at, 225. So that 75 top end is going to come down in upon itself. What most people don't know is all towers have breakpoint technology. They all have a weak spot. It's how towers are designed for that reason. If you have, and they rarely go down. Our real issues are with fire. The fires in California and some of the fires in the West, we lose towers that way. The steel's still standing. Okay. We rarely have lost a tower. I won't say never. It has happened. But it's a rare occurrence. They're over-engineered because the tower manufacturer is going to be liable and they're going to be sued. Also, Verizon wants to see it over-engineered because they have deep pockets and they're going to be sued. But to get back to your point, all towers have a break point. Most of them, let's say you have a 100-foot monopole, they'll put the break point at 10 feet. So it'll fall in on itself. It won't come out of the ground with a 30-foot pylon with a concrete pad and come over. That would be far more destructive than seeing this thing topple over. All we've done is change the area in which the tower would break. We've made it just slightly weaker so that it would break. I'm finding that most of my towers today, I wouldn't say most, I'd say about 40%, the jurisdictions are accepting the breakpoint technology as an alternative, particularly as you get into the inner cities and you have these smaller lots. Even if you have a 100-foot tower, it's hard to get 100 foot off the property line. In this case, I think you kind of have an ideal situation in that WYDOT is very cooperative with us. And the reason being is they like to see that road coverage, and they recognize that if it's too stringent, there wouldn't be a tower out here along the road. If you could drive down the road, you're not going to find them 600 feet off the road. In addition, this has more than enough buffer from that highway. And then the two parcels behind it being grazing land, once again, very confident with the tower manufacturer and the breakpoint technology, but you also have kind of an added backup. There are no residences going in near here.
Any other questions? Commissioner Mill?
So I like that that the coverage is expanding out that way. Since I'm out there crawling around all the time anyways. So I like having a phone out there.
Yeah.
But my question is more of location, specific location. Is it topographical? Is that the reason you're here requesting a variance when you've got all that other portion of that property to put it on? Or why do we need a variance when there is that much?
On this particular parcel, it's the only place that landowner will let us locate.
Oh, okay.
So he wouldn't let me go up in the other corner. It doesn't really matter to me where I go on this property.
Yeah, it looked like you could gain some elevation if you move further
With
east a little
300
bit.
feet, I'm going to see the tower 7.5 miles down the road. At 100 feet, I would not. So with that height, we're going to grab the other site. So the topography doesn't mean anything to me here. It's finding a willing landlord with a zonable site, and where will he allow me to put it?
Okay, that makes sense. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Any further
Commissioner Laird?
questions?
This is just a question from my youth. Is there any chance anything on there can explode?
No. And that is a question that's commonly asked of me. Okay, so you have equipment on the ground, it's radio equipment, and you have battery backup in there. So if the power goes out, and this is a pretty extensive power run, it's about a $60,000 power run to bring out here. This tower, not relevant, but $500,000 to $600,000 tower. And that's before Verizon puts $500,000 worth of equipment on it. So typically you're not going to see us in a remote area unless our hand is forced by the federal government. And this is a time when I happen to agree with the federal government. I don't always, but I think that it's important that we see our roads and highways for safety purposes. But as far as your question and exploding, the battery backup system kicks in as soon as the power goes out. At such time, it lasts for about 8 hours. After 8 hours, right when it goes out, there are sirens going off at the switch, the main switch. So the cell tech is quite aware power's down. They're going to come out with a backup generator to keep this thing going. In that event, you're talking a serious catastrophe, and power's out for days now, if not weeks, and you want that to remain on the air. So as far as exploding, these are antennas. They're pretty benign. They're just antennas, coax going up the antenna with fiber to the antennas. In and of themselves, there's nothing to explode. If you're back at the radio equipment that's operating on the ground, we've never had a case where radio equipment exploded, but that's where your electronics are operating at the ground level.
The other question is we have something known as Wyoming wind.
I'm well aware of it.
And so it's done damage to things people thought couldn't be damaged. And
I
that's
believe you.
was my only concern is if
Yeah.
the wind got a hold of that and got a piece of that over on that highway, just unlikely to have a car come running through there.
Yeah, no, the tower itself, the antennas itself, there's nothing to explode. Your equipment on the ground isn't going to blow away. That's in a concrete, it's almost like a bomb shelter. Very, very heavy shelter. And we've not had that occur, but valid question. I have another site going in, Wyoming Medical, or the Medical Center of Wyoming, Central Wyoming, on a rooftop. And then there'll be another one that we're working on out here on another rooftop. I don't think it comes under your jurisdiction. I'm not sure, but I know it's city and not county. In any event, we had to go through, 4 years later, we're going to build this thing, a series of designs, and we worked with the roofer because he's very familiar with other rooftops out here where there is equipment and it will act like a sail. And so we had to do a lot of special design and mount it to the rooftop. We couldn't use sleds, et cetera, because of the wind. So we're well aware of the wind load factor. We are governed by the Universal Building Code, as well as your building department, as well as the federal government and the tower manufacturer and Verizon's regulations. So the wind load factor for the area would have been established by the UBC and your local planning department, and we have to comply with that.
Any other questions? Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, at this time, I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of BC 25-03 to approach the lectern. At this time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of BC 25-03 to approach the lectern. All right, for the last time, I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in favor of consideration of BC 25-03 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, this time I'd ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of BC 25-03 to approach the lectern. This time I would ask those individuals who wish to speak in opposition of consideration of BC 25-03 to approach the lectern. For the last time, those individuals that wish to speak in opposition of consideration of BC 25-03 to approach the lectern. Seeing none, now I'll close this hearing. This time I would entertain either a motion or discussion on the subject. Commissioner Milne.
Go ahead and make a motion to approve EC 25-03 Rattlesnake Bend Tower with all facts and findings incorporated by staff.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Milne and seconded by Commissioner Laird. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye. All opposed? So moved. Okay. Thank you. All right, this time we'll open up for public comment.
Commissioners, Chairman, public speakers,
Go
the
ahead.
screen is not working. So, you're just gonna have to, I'm gonna have to flag you. At like 30 seconds.
Halftime.
Michelle, you are so good at improvising.
Were you in the Navy with the flags?
Rosemary Saban, Natrona County resident. Good evening, Commission. Mr. North, I'd like you to know that based on the text messages I received over the weekend, I'm perfectly willing to have a discussion about the Platte River Rod and Gun Club. Are you willing to do so publicly? Based on what you had to say in your text, I do have further questions. Because though a lease agreement exists between the club and also named in the lease as the administrator in Natrona County, doesn't that ultimately put Parks and Rec and the board as overseers? Is that how that works? Anybody? I'd like to know why accusations are being made that I am sneaking around asking questions. Is that not my right to do so? I question why you would find it inappropriate or threatening. As president of the association and chairman of the Board of County Commissioners, would it not be beneficial for me to question those without any particular vested interests? Mainly if I'm requesting unbiased information and unconditional narratives. If it's known what is going on, as you stated, there's nothing to hide, then why act with concerns about the questions I've had and information I've requested? Why would anyone believe that they have exclusive rights to answer questions for anyone else? Wouldn't that be proof of past observation that this board has lost its autonomy? When does an elected official ever have the right to belittle or berate a private citizen? for asking questions about governmental business. For the record, Commissioner Milne didn't put me up to anything. I called Commissioner Milne, and he answered the phone. I called Mr. Nicolason as well, but he did not answer his phone. I was provided with documentation of the annual lease amounts for other leaseholders around the county, and while it seems that the Platte River Rod and Gun Club pays nothing to the county for its use of roughly 200 acres, I'd like to know, does the club receive membership dues? How many members does the club have? Is there a limit to the number of members? According to the lease agreement, the club also benefits from county resources, personnel, and equipment for maintaining the facility by County Road and Bridge. Does the club pay those costs when utilizing taxpayer monies for wear and tear, maintenance, fuel expenses, etc.? My original concerns were based on access being denied to publicly owned property through publicly owned property and terms of the lease provisions that could result in a possible transfer of ownership. If safety is a concern, to that I would say the following. Isn't it a general rule of firearms safety to always keep the gun pointed in a safe direction? Ricochets can happen, of course, but that can easily be a risk for other members on the range. It's not isolated to the general public. There's nothing that can prevent anyone from accessing the BLM land behind the shooting range from the state land along the Platte River. And I've been told that that's been the recommendation of you to access it. The Natrona County Sheriff's Office recorded that the shooting in the area was unfounded. In accordance with the lease agreement in Section 7, a range officer must be present and acting as range safety officer for either members of the general public or administrators members anytime there's shooting at the range. I would think that that would make it safe for anybody, anywhere. Section 18 grants Natrona County government immunity. I've personally encountered more people who know nothing about the range than those who do. So in Section 6 of the agreement, it identifies the need for supporting and promoting the facility for shooting sports in Natrona County. Is that not being properly done? Section 9, terms of the agreement states that nothing in this agreement shall preclude Natrona County from transferring the subject property to another governmental body or agency, whether said entity be state, local, or federal, or non-governmental body, provided that any
You're
such
out
entity
of time. Thank you.
shall
You're
comply.
out of time.
I would like to know one other thing. Is that why we had such a debate between statutory boards and Board of Trustees? If anybody would clarify why we went back and forth on that.
You're out of time, Miss Spawn. Anyone else for public comment? I'm going to make a statement because your comment basically said access to start with. I think that you ought to look at who you work for and what he's trying to do as far as purchasing public land, state land, to block off all the access on Pine Mountain. So that's as much as I'm going to answer on that. So with that, we're going to move into commissioner discussion. Commissioner Nicolason.
I sent an email to the commission and council today regarding parks and my position as a member or a board of trustee or a member of the board of trustees. And I have become convinced that there are conflicts of interest and or potential conflicts of interest for BOCC members to also serve as a member of the Statutory Parks Board. Having BOCC members also serve as Parks Board members does a disservice to the county and parks, despite some people's perceived self-importance and value to that board. I think it's a bad idea for commissioners to be on it. Members of the public that use the parks and employees of the Parks Department deserve better. I announced as of about noon today that I resigned as trustee, as a member of that Natrona County Parks Board, and I encourage the remaining BOCC members to do the same immediately. In summary, since this is the last regular meeting of the year, this has been an interesting year with both highs and lows. We started off the year changing our meeting format, and I hope we'll get back to the commissioner roundtable piece every meeting and invite departments and outside boards in to see us to give us updates on a more regular basis. It's the best way to do the public's business when we're doing it in public, and for this commission to work collaboratively and more thoughtfully. This year, some of the highs included being ahead of schedule and under budget on the new Natrona County Health Department building. We also instituted a policy regulating heavy traffic on rural residential areas. We awarded between the county and the city right over $1 million for the opioid task force, and we awarded it to a variety of organizations that are committed to reducing opioid use and expanding treatment options. So I think that's a win for the county. We improved and clarified and streamlined important parts of the zoning resolution. Great thanks to our planning department and its department head, who's been doing a great job for us this year. I look forward to next year with the opening of that new health department building. I look forward to, and that'll continue to provide amazing service to our residents. I also look forward to our new leadership. I think it will be a great step forward, and to some appointments both on this county commission and on a variety of other boards. We'll have in 2026 a lot of fiscal concerns due largely to the past and contemplated actions of the Wyoming legislature. I'm not sure all of those members do have Natrona County's best interest at heart or don't understand the importance of local government. And so it'll be, I think, our job as commissioners, and I look forward to going down to Cheyenne during the legislative session again to assist the Wyoming County Commissioners Association take important positions on especially fiscal impact type bills. We're going to have elections this next summer and fall, and I hope the voters pay attention and vote for people who are committed to this county and this state, and not to special interests in fantasy land. I'm ever thankful for the opportunity to serve you as one of your commissioners, and especially thankful to the employees of this county who work so hard to make Natrona a place to live. Merry Christmas.
Commissioner Coates.
So it's been an interesting year. Started out holding my hands in my head, shaking my head multiple times just because of some of the antics of our board. Glad to say that I can hold my head a little bit higher on the board. We have come a long way. It is encouraging to see. We have done quite a few, I guess, more valuable things for the county. There's a lot of work to go. I was fortunate enough to take a trip out east and meet with some commissioners out east, and was very impressed with some of their professionalism and their commitment. I think we have a long way to go to kind of represent the people the best, and we've heard that from time to time in public comment, so I won't disagree with that. Our staff at the county, among all departments, is fantastic. I'm always impressed by all they do, with a lot of times budgets that have to be stretched to serve the public the best they can. It's very encouraging. And I will say that closing out the first year on this board, I'm very impressed with the work that our outside boards do and some of the heavy lifts that they do for the community. It's been very eye-opening. So I appreciate the opportunity to continue to serve for the next few years, and am encouraged that our Parks Department is making progress. So thank you.
Commissioner Mill?
Yeah, it's a year-end wrap-up, basically. Next year, I do have some news, but also good news for the fairgrounds. The Indian races that are so popular here, the sponsor of that event is pulling out of Casper, which is too bad. But Tom and the board have plans coming up that will basically replace that, and it'll be a good thing in the end. Yeah, we did a lot. There were some trying times, but in the end and overall, I think I am proud of the work this board did, the work that the staff has completed. The other elected officials, thank you, Tracy, for everything you do. I think we have, like I said, done the duty, the jobs that were lined out. Perfectly? Absolutely not. But we're not perfect. We're people. And we have personalities. Sometimes they conflict, sometimes they don't. It's just how it works. We work through them and we move on. And we got the job done. That's important. On a personal side, it was a trying year for me. I'm hoping it's a little bit better next year. I've got faith that it will be. And I want to tell staff and everybody out there, citizens of the county, Merry Christmas. Have a Happy New Year. We'll see you on the next side of things.
Commissioner Laird?
Well, I'm happy the way things are ending here this year. Mr. Milne has the most seniority on the board, and I think he'll do a good job as chairman. And I think Casey's a bright young mind, and he's going to be the vice chairman. I think he'll do a good job. Of course, Mr. Nicolason, he's the genius of the board, and he's going to take my job over as the vice chairman, and he'll do a good job with that. Oh, wait. Vice chairman is Casey. I was looking right directly at sorry, Casey. Casey, I said he's bright, and he is. I'm a little tired tonight, but
Casey, the genius of
the
board?
No, Casey's very smart. I think that Peter is the genius. I've been around the longest, though, in terms of living in this county. And so I've had a bunch of people, believe it or not, shock me and want me to run for governor. Yes, I'm shocked by that. I mentioned it to my wife and she just stares at me. But I've been happy to serve on this board most of the time, and I'll tell you why. Because I love the people in Natrona County. I know a great many of them, and I know that they came out in droves and voted for me. And I always look to their interests because the people of Natrona County elected me, and I am their servant in many ways from the standpoint of politics, and I want to do what's right by them. And I do believe we need some changes in some of our rules and some of our laws so that our rules and laws won't hurt people and cause problems for them and that. And I think we've been a little slow on all this, but who knows? Government is not the fastest place to work for. But I think our elected people in this county are fantastic. They're all fantastic. They care about the people also, and they have a job to do, and they're doing it, and they've done it for a long time. we couldn't do the budget without Tracy Good and many other things. And our Michelle, our secretary, I always secretly tell people she's the one who really runs the county. At least I got a smile out of her there. And so, you know, we have a lot of great employees, and we have a little problem with heaters, believe it or not, you know, in this old building. And I'm hoping we get that solved so that these ladies that work down in the basement in the license plate department, that their legs and feet stay warm during this winter. And our man that runs that is going to hopefully work very hard on getting that solution in place. The other side of it is that we always have money problems. We always have some sort of money problem. And, you know, I was just looking at some of these checks I signed tonight. One of them was for $98,000. And it's, you know, it adds up into the millions every month. And this county commission job is not an easy job. And I think all of these men have a good heart and a good mind. And truthfully, I think we're all trying to do the best we can do. And everybody adds a little something different to this commission. And I'm hoping this next year, it's going to be my last year on the commission. And I'm just hoping that it's a good year for all five of us. And that we work together and we listen to each other, and we all may vote differently, and that's really what politics can be about as well, because we're not always right in our views. And so hopefully the good will prevail, and I really think it will. I'm happy right now thinking about that. I don't know what to say about the governor's job, but that's not an easy job, and I know there's some good people that want that job in Wyoming. And I just think that I always think the best for Wyoming. I went down to Vegas to see the NFR, and boy, did I enjoy that. We had some Wyoming boys that did really well there, and I was really proud of them. The bull riding, I'll end it with this. The bull riding this year on the championship night, the Bulls won. The Bulls won. Those great Cowboys, they bucked them off like they were nothing. There were 3 guys that got their 8 seconds in, and the other 7 kind of bit the dirt. But we've got just great people in Wyoming. There were a ton of people from Natrona County down there, and they proudly wore their cowboy hats and had Wyoming T-shirts on, and I was proud to sit with them. And I'm proud that all of you have come in here, and I hope we keep getting better through the years. And I hope we hire a county manager. Now, we're thinking about that. Now, I don't know how that's all going to come out, but I think that's something we should look out pretty hard, and I hope we get that done, and possibly we will. I don't know yet. I don't know what the other guys are thinking, because I'm not a mind reader, but thank you all for being here tonight, and Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everybody.
Commissioner Mound, did you have? Okay. I was listening to something today, and it reminded me of something that happened in Christmas of 1914. And this is a story that I'm very familiar with. I've studied it, I've read it, but it just struck a note with me today. And here in World War I, the trenches, the Germans were on one side and the Allies were on the other side. And it all started with a couple of candles. They put candles up on top of the trenches. And the other side saw that, and they started putting candles up. And then they started singing Christmas carols. And then they put up a tree. And then after all that was done, and they were singing and they were talking back and forth to each other, they actually got up. These are men that were killing each other. They got up and met in the middle, and they had a truce, the Christmas truce of World War One. They got along. Even though they were shooting each other and trying to kill each other, they got along because they had a common interest. And that's what God did for us by sending Christ at Christmas time. And even though that's not really when he came, it's the sentiment and what that gift actually provided to us. And they went back to war the next day. But for one day, they ceased their fighting. They got along, and they enjoyed each other's company for that short amount of time, and they even gave small gifts to each other of candy and cigarettes and other things that were important to them back then. In our nation, in our world, we've lost that. You see what's going on all over the place, the wars that we have, the threats of wars, and you look at the way that people lash out at people in this country anymore, and it's just not right. You ought to be able to sit down when you reach out to somebody and say, if you have questions about something, reach out to me. That's the right way to do it. Not to come up and attack somebody publicly or anything else. The best thing to do is to sit back and actually reach out and ask the question. That doesn't mean you're going to agree on everything. That doesn't mean that you're going to support each other on every issue. But the best thing to do is to sit back and actually do the right thing and give people that opportunity to explain where they're coming from and what's going on. And put the politics aside. And that's what I want everybody to do this year, especially for Christmas. You know, remember what the season is all about. And I do thank all of our staff. I thank all of our employees and everything they do and everything they have gotten done. They've accomplished a lot this year. And I really appreciate that. So that, Jim, I'm gonna let you take over.
Thank you, Chairman North. Couple things real quick, just kind of some house cleaning, keeping, whatever. Listening and actually paying attention to some legal advice and recommendations by some attorneys, since I'm just a layman. That's 3 times I got to use that.
Now you're a D-lane.
Yeah. I also will be stepping down from the Parks Board Trust, effective immediately. This is my verbal resignation. I'll send a letter in probably tomorrow, might do one up tonight, but, yeah, especially with, the nomination for chairman, I think it's best that I step down from that position. Hopefully we've got a quorum so the board can still function, and we'll be replacing at least 2 members here very shortly. We have one in the wings that may work. So with that said, there's that. The second thing I'd do, it would be to make a motion to go into executive session, reference Wyoming State statute for personnel.
Jim, before we do that, I do want to make sure that if anybody out there is interested in getting on the Parks Board, to get your application in, because we will be having interviews as soon as we get those laid up. But we're going to come back in.
At least an hour, maybe 2 hours.
Anyway, we can let's
Get up and take
Ju-
the picture.
Starting my wall
Okay. Okay. Come on up, and then we'll take the motion, and then we'll do the.
Actually, sit down.
Do what you want to do. You do, girls.
Okay.
Stand behind Dave. There we go.
You will stay in my new house.
Just until dark house, maybe. You should tell. Come on. Chill. You gotta balance everything out. This is my OCD. Just. There you go. Almost.
You need to be single.
Thank you, Judy. All right, at this, we got a motion to go into executive second. We got a second. Motion by Commissioner Milne, second by Commissioner Coates. All in favor, say aye. All right, we are now in executive session. Guys out here, we got a quorum.
Got enough, just
Okay.
declare it.
All right. We're out of exec. No action was taken. This meeting is adjourned.